to like
You're
about a
drunk.
suspended about a suspended driver's license.
Yeah.
She's like, "Are you driving right now?" He's like, "No."
Exactly.
You're
Yeah.
driving right now. You sound drunk. Like I mean, it's just So I don't know.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I guess it's because I don't drive too much anymore, and I guess it's just my lifestyle. Like Trevor doesn't drink anymore, and I really only drink a glass of wine here or there, or gin and tonic here and there. So it's just not my lifestyle. But if it's something that's really impacting your city detrimentally, I totally can see why you want to make these changes and enforcements.
Yeah, I mean, the second you get to the bottom of my hill where I live, you have like, I mean, within like a quarter of a mile radius, you have like 7 or 8 liquor stores. How many do you fucking need? You have bars that are down the Hollywood Boulevard. You have hotels that have their own bars. You have a Target. You have grocery stores. I mean, how many more liquor stores? There's one place where there are 2 liquor stores in the same damn parking lot, owned by 2 different people. It's gotten to the point of just it's exhausting. And then you see all these
often in these areas too that are poor, impoverished, probably already broken down by drug epidemics and domestic violence and things. And if you look on the blocks even here in New York City, across the street,
this is $600,000, and I found these in a bag of ornaments, and I'm not really sure what they're about. They look like tinfoil. Look how big they are.
I feel like they're gold. This is like Chinese what? Gold.
Oh.
So let's take a look what kind of gold they are. Machine. What do you think it is? Do you think it's pure
Yeah,
gold?
and like
You
you go to Beverly
I'll
Hills,
say it too.
no
I'll say
liquor stores.
18.
You go to Delaware, no liquor stores. Like,
24?
no
It's
liquor
almost pure
stores.
gold.
You go out to Calabasas, no liquor stores.
See what it weighs. 48. I know it looks like it's gonna weigh like 700 grams. It's very lightweight. 48 grams, my friend. Let's see what gold is. 44.56. 44.56. So I'm at 41.1. Pure is 143. It's not like it's pure, but not that pure.
Tell me
It's
why
gonna be $33 a gram times 28. Well, my friend, $6,384.
And this is $600,000.
This is why they don't. This is why they don't ID.
I'm not done.
Because
I'm not
they
done.
say,
I'm not done. This is to show you that I understand that media is not only not old, it is also not ugly.
well, she is like 1,000 years old, so I don't know. But it's like relative to vampire years. But I was gonna say maybe this is why they don't ID her because they go, excuse me, ma'am, can I see your ID? And then she lifts her sunglasses up and flashes her lizard eyes, and they go, oh, I'm so sorry.
Yep,
My
whatever
master.
you want, ma'am.
Yeah, but it is also in a place where they don't have these same. Well, I mean, people like to drink in Florida, but they don't necessarily have a liquor store in every damn corner.
Yeah. Do you feel better now, Adams? That Edie and I are not really fighting.
No, you're fine. I'm just in traffic. I'm trying to keep my peace.
Absolutely. I mean, you came in pretty hot with that. I don't know, are you an alcoholic and this is why the food service too?
Right?
Like, what the fuck is going on?
She's lucky I didn't choose violence this morning when I woke up.
She can handle herself.
So today is the first day that they opened the subway that goes from downtown to Beverly Hills.
What? That's amazing.
Yeah, so we'll see. Traffic is a little bit lighter, but it is a Friday, so.
What's it called?
Dude, I had no idea they were even creating that. That's amazing.
The D line? I got
Yeah.
Getting on the D?
I'm so happy to hear that. That's so cool.
Well, I think it's going to be funny. All those stuffy people in Beverly Hills, it's like, welcome to what we have to deal with in Hollywood Hills. All of those people are going to have access to Rodeo Drive. Y'all are going to be getting chased out of ballet. All those homeless people are going to make their way over to your side of town, and then now you're going to have to force to deal with the issue. So I think it's going to be funny. It's like, could you imagine if Park Avenue never had any subway access, and then now.
Yeah. Beverly's gonna be pissed.
Yep, you're gonna be getting people going through your trash cans in the Beverly Hills Flats.
Easily accessible now. Look at that.
Yep.
It's a nice subway station though. It's
All
nice
you
and
people
clean.
with showers outside your pools.
That must suck though, to be
You
California and find a homeless person in your pool.
You'll be coming home, some freaking homeless person's showering and washing her twat in your pool shower. Welcome to our reality. Goodness. I can't wait. But yeah, no, it's fun for me, bro. You know, I held on a very positive attitude. I'm not leaving. You know.
And
you will be here.
speak over what?
Speak over yourself.
Encourage what?
Encourage yourself.
Where? In the Lord.
In the Lord.
What a blessing.
I'm about to throw the Bible.
Who was that? Who was that?
Don't throw the Bible.
At the end.
The doors of the church are closed at this time. No ushers, close the doors. No movement, no movement, no movement. No movement. Have a seat, have a seat. Y'all ready for tithes and offering? Please get your seed in your hand. Amen. I'm gonna bless this.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
Get,
shut up.
what did you say? Get what in your hand?
Get the seed. Prepare this.
I recommend if you get the seed in your hand, you go right to the sink. You don't want it to get all over the room. So if you ever have seed in your hand, just you want to wipe that off because it begins to smell over time. Just get rid of the seed right away. That's
Really?
yeah. You don't want seed in your hand. Yeah.
Well, you gotta harvest it.
Oh my God!
Well,
I
the
just
problem-
caught that. Jesus Christ!
Seed for some of
Oh Lord, have
us
mercy.
is we're too old to have more kids. So a lot of time you harvest the seed in an egg and then harvest, and then the fruit is a niglet. I'm post niglets.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Well, Jesus never did that. Although there's a lost book of the Bible that suggests that Jesus may have in fact had
Just
children.
chill, sis.
Because when I say something, it's. You know what? You male-centered, upholding patriarchy people is fine. It's fine.
Okay, let's just stay on the river.
Yeah.
Let's not go
Y'all are.
Sure, who would like to speak?
No, go ahead.
No, Just asked to speak first. Go ahead, Just.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, ladies first.
He's giving it to you, Brooklyn. He's giving it to you. Go ahead, take it.
I just wanted to say when y'all was doing the praise session of this portion of this segment, y'all know how the chat suggests rooms to go in. It was a Christian space that you could come chill. Came up. I thought that was cool. Okay, yeah.
This was like I guess this is like news. Did y'all see the White House put out their 2026 counterterrorism plan, or at least like I guess like their bullet points of what they plan to focus on as it relates to terrorist threats that they deemed to the United States.
No, I'm too busy looking.
You want to share?
Alien fire.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I'll put it in the chat. The the ones, I mean, the main three that they're claiming are, let's see, it was on page 3. It says, identify terror actors and plots before they happen. I'm sorry, that's wrong page. Narco terrorists and transnational gangs, legacy Islamist terrorists, and then the funny one, violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists. So those are the top 3 terroristic threats that the White House has deemed on their high priority list, and those are the ones they plan to focus on within the coming part of the administration. And then I put the document in the chat. It's like a whole 16-page thing where they kind of go over what they identify as such. They're calling the left-wing extremists the people who killed Charlie Kirk, and it goes on to talk about their some of their efforts, including how they blew up the drug cartels in the sea, and then that military operation they did in Africa, specifically in Nigeria with I think it was ISIS. But yeah, so they're just kind of going over all those things, and I thought it was interesting. But really, what stuck out to me was just the left-wing extremists and the anti-fascists, because I thought being anti-fascist was good in America, but I don't know.
Alan, why do you think Dem donators funded the Charleston, Virginia militia? How did you come to that conclusion? Sorry.
Oh, we know how. That's just old bullshit talking points that we already went over weeks ago. This is the SPLC stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's already been look it up. Anyway, you look it up, bro. We already talked about it.
I think they were in court yesterday for the first time. Did y'all talk about the White House releasing the room today, the space files, extraterrestrial files or something? There's a cute little moniker that they have for the.
So what's the TLDR?
What is TLDR?
Oh. Too long didn't read. Oh, you don't know that?
Okay. No, I'm over 50 years of age. No, I'm not reading it. It's just they dump all those files. I put the link in the chat earlier if anybody wants to look at it. Apparently Trump said that they were gonna they wanted more transparency about aliens and everything that the feds had on aliens. And then they're also going to release the information about extraterrestrials. So it's every time I see something with war.gov, I just crack up. So I'll put it in the chat. It's war.gov.ufo. Pretty sure somebody will put it in chat GPT and So this is what Obama was talking about when he was on that, was he on Jimmy Kimmel or something recently? And he kind of said there's no little green men. And then I think, what's his name? The black guy, Neil. He kind of poo-pooed the whole thing. There's nothing really that's going to come out of it. But there it is, if anybody wants to look at the UFO files that they're releasing.
Well, so there's no takers on the alien thing. I see Wayne Brady went after Bill Moyer. How do you say his name? Moyer? Saying he's a racist. Bill Maher. Okay.
Wait, isn't that an old story? I mean, he is a racist,
I don't know.
but I thought Wayne Brady went after him a while ago.
Oh, was it a while ago? Let me see. It says 9
I mean, we
hours
should keep
ago.
going after him, but
Says,
maybe it was just
comic Wayne Brady unloads on Bill Maher. Maher. How you say that?
Ma.
Meyer.
Sorry, it's in my Boston accent. Ma.
Okay, whatever. Over jokes about Obama. So he made jokes about Obama, I guess, recently or something.
Is he racist? He dated Superhead.
Who?
Bill Maher.
Bill Maher?
That doesn't mean
anything. Well, he was so
racist. I'm being facetious, people. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, it's raining, but I was making a joke.
Okay. All right, so let me just take a moment out for a minute. We're coming up on the 12 o'clock hour. Yes, it is Friday. Today is May 8th, 2026. It is Mother's Day weekend. If you haven't already gone out and got your mothers, wives, sisters, cousins, nieces, whatever, flowers, then maybe you might want to do that. Think ahead. But if you would pay attention to the pinned item here, if you click on it, that is an X before the crash. That means no crash out Friday. This week has been absolutely different. Is the word I'll use. I'll use different. A lot of different characters came to visit us, and the ghost of crash outs was amongst us. So today, before we started, the stage has been blessed, and I just wanted to say happy Friday to everyone. I hope this day finds you well. Please come in with a positive attitude and an open mind and a kind heart. And have a wonderful day. If I don't see you or speak to you anymore today, I want to make sure I say that before we move forward. Yeah, I didn't know anything about. I'm sorry. I do recall him kind of messing with her. Now, are you saying that they were in a dating relationship, or were they just screwing?
No, they were out and about. I think there was the only weirder relationship I saw was 50 Cent and Chelsea Handler. That was also an odd. Do y'all remember that? That was, yeah. They looked both quite happy together, actually.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So, Marr joked in 2010 that rather than making fun of Obama for being a gangster, he was President Wayne Brady. Huh? Brady spoke to Sarah Jones on her podcast, America, Who Hurt You, where they discussed Dave Chappelle calling out Marr in his latest comedy special. The Whose Line Is It Anyway? Star flat out said the HBO host was a racist. So I don't even know what's going on between or behind the scenes on this thing. So yeah, I guess this is something they just gonna keep coming after one another moving forward. I don't know. In other news, seems like a friend of Cynthia Bailey, who is a fashion designer, Keith Brewster, he has passed away. Does anybody know that designer? He's gone. He went on to glory. Guess nobody knows
That's
him.
Hurricane.
Oh, you think Hurricane might know? Why are you always putting Hurricane in the midst of this? He doesn't want to be a part of it.
He's fashion, isn't
he? Yeah, so that doesn't mean
He's opera. But that's the Real Housewives. I don't think Hurricane watches the Real Housewives.
Oh, I didn't know that was Real Housewives.
Yeah, isn't
the designer? Wait a minute,
isn't she on the
Cynthia
Real?
Bailey was a supermodel.
Yeah, but she's on the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
but
that's
she
her...
was talking about a designer who passed away, and like she was talking, she was sad about that. So the designer only designed for Real House of Atlanta?
No, but that's been like her recent notoriety, like for what, the last decade or so?
But the emphasis is on the actual person who passed, which is the designer.
Oh, okay. Because they have those guys that are just on the show. But okay, well, may he rest in. What's his name again?
What are you doing?
Child, you would ask me that. I'm assuming, you know, I would mess up the name. What's that? Kithe, Brewster.
Funny. My
You're funny.
Another one bites the dust. So is that Keith Brewster?
Brewer.
It should be Breweer.
No, it's
Brewer. That's what it should be.
no,
That's
it's
not what it
Brewster. I'm
says.
looking. It's is it Keith Brewster?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. I'm looking at Women's Wear Daily 2015.
BREWST?
Yeah,
Oh,
like Brewster's Millions. Yeah.
Oh, this MZ article got his name spelled wrong. Then
I'm looking
I'll
at
put it in the
TMZ
chat.
as well. It's BRE.
Go, y'all looking at the headline. Go look at the in the article. In the article, it says something completely different.
So this is
Oh,
from
it does. Yep. The
See,
headline
yeah.
says Brewster, but then when you click on it, it says Brewer.
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why I came up because I was reading it as you were reading it, and I was like, wait a minute, it's two different names here. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but you see the headline says Brewster.
Yeah, and in the link as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. As soon as you click inside of it, it says Brewer. So I don't know. Did he drop the S and the T? I don't know.
No,
maybe
his
that's-
name is still. I see it. I guess he was in New York Fashion Week 2016, and this is from Women's Wear Daily. From 2015, I guess he did a ready-to-wear collection, spring of 2016. But I've never heard of him. But that doesn't mean anything. I mean, he rest in power.
TMZ wrong.
They've been making a lot of they labeled somebody else wrong and people were making fun of them. I can't remember who, but yeah, they were like, y'all need to hire some new black people or something. Not to misspell the man's name.
No,
I'm
that's
pretty
crazy.
sure Cynthia spelled it.
That's crazy.
It sounded like the editor was asleep.
There was a show, I think, Dana Bash, she spoke with Keisha Lance. Is it Keisha Lance Bottoms?
Yeah.
People are missing Joe Biden more and more each day.
I don't want to hear that.
He endorsed her. She worked in his White House, and he endorsed her. She's running for governor, and will probably be the what's it called?
Nominee
for governor. Yeah.
Governor in Georgia.
I mean, not probably. I mean, almost certainly. Yeah.
Does she
In
have a
Georgia.
shot at winning?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I like her. I've never heard anybody from Atlanta say bad things about her.
All right. Well, my piece was just shot down, so I'm not going to say anything else.
You just started. You said she was on it last
Yeah,
night.
but did you hear somebody say I don't want to hear that? So I'm going to shut.
No,
Spirituous always
that's
said
not
stuff.
about that. No, it wasn't about. It was about people saying, "Oh, I missed Joe Biden," like that. Where would the conversation was about that? Just the part about Joe Biden, people saying,
Y'all know
"I missed Joe Biden."
spiritual's brain glitches. This was a glitch.
We do miss Joe Biden. I miss Joe Biden. Now, people saying we miss Barack come back to the White House. I think they need to move forward, but that was just last administration.
Well, first of all, one, let my brain glitch. Two, people have been saying they miss Joe
Why are you
Biden.
whispering?
While at the office.
Oh,
while
it didn't go on
4
mute.
years. Well, hold on. Can I just finish my statement? While 4 years, you were getting on Joe Biden's case, and now this is Democrats, Republicans, Independents. That's all. I'll mute on.
Yeah, but not the person who said that. The person who said that worked for him the entire 4 years.
I didn't know she was in. I think that it's a good thing that people are speaking like that in favor of Joe Biden because now Trump and them trying to blame. Nigga, do you not hear me talking?
No.
Fuck. You know. Anyway, as of late, the Epstein administration has been blaming Joe Biden for the Iran thing, the gas prices, and everything. So I think that it's good that they're speaking good towards him. Why you know what? Like freedom. I bet Tef is a mechanic and he smokes like cigars. Just saying. You sound like you say, now you know what's wrong, Randana, with your car? I'm sorry, just.
So I'm just putting out random things. I don't know if this is true or not, or if this is happening now, or just recently. It says Tennessee Democrats burn Confederate flag in dramatic walkout over redistricting. Did y'all hear that?
Yeah. Can I ask you where that source was? Because I saw the video. It was literally like somebody printed on a Xerox piece of paper the Confederate flag and they burned it. When I tell you it wasn't a flag, it was the size of 8.5 by 11. Okay? And they want to go on about like this flag that's planted on some racist lawn. That's not what happened. It was a little postage stamp that they burned at the Capitol, and then he stamped it out.
But it did look pretty dramatic. Like the picture that I saw, and I think it was Justin Pearson, First Lady. I really like that young man. He is going to go very, very far.
His name is Justin Jones.
Justin Jones, I'm sorry. He is, I like him. I like his strength. I like his power. I like his defiance. So he basically stood there in the midst of all of that racism and hatred, and it was like a PDF, like he printed it and he lit his match and he just kind of stood up and like, this is what I think about this. And did y'all see the video of them?
Well, it says, wait a minute, Tennessee State Representative Justin Jones burned a paper depicting the Confederate flag after a new redistricting map aimed at unseating the state's last Democratic representative.
Yeah. We're talking about Representative Pearson, one with the afro, right?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even catch that. Thank you, Black Struggle, because I was like, wait, maybe that is his name. Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, okay, yeah, Pearson. And of course, I like him. He's smart and he's black. You should try it. And of course, I love black men. That is correct. So yes, I love him, actually. I don't just like him. But did y'all see the,
But wait a minute, that's changing the subject, because I don't know how you got on Pearson, because this guy's name is Justin Jones, and I was talking about the flag, but then Pearson. So who's Pearson again?
Justin Pearson is...
Yeah, he's the other Tennessee rep. Yeah, they're both Tennessee reps. I think that's why the confusion. Justin Jones is the. I don't know if he's black and Filipino, but he's the representative. He was the current representative for Nashville, but he's been I think his seat's been drawn out.
Yeah.
And then Pearson's seat is the last one that just got drawn out. They're the only two.
Which one is the one that's running to primary Cohen?
Nope.
Which one is it?
Oh, wait, my bad. Which one burned the flag? Because weren't they both there?
Probably.
Oh, I'm
So
not
Justin Jones, sorry if I'm echoing y'all. So Justin Jones is the one that burned the flag. Justin Pearson is the one that's trying to unseat Cohen. But that won't happen. Sorry, I'm echo with y'all. I have to come into a huddle room. Okay, so here's like a quick version of what's happening, if you don't mind me sharing this, First Lady. I don't want to get us off track from the paper burning yesterday. But a number of these...
It's okay, you don't have to apologize. We know you wear a slip. Anyone who wears a slip
She's so
Listen.
refined. I love Tiffany's voice.
Listen, I was proud. I was given, civil rights icon yesterday. Okay. Anyway, so what has been happening in Tennessee for a while is that they have been redrawing all of these districts very quietly, but it's been really tricky in how they do it. So you'll probably hear a lot about London Lamar. Her district was redrawn a couple years ago to put her against Tory Harris, and then a couple of other districts were redrawn like that. So with this whole piece of, I think some of the Dems knew they were going to attempt to redraw the maps, which is another reason that Justin Pearson was going to basically try to unseat Cohen, because of a number of things that happened here with XAI and all that. So um, a lot of the talk has been around the fact that Tennessee, the only blue dots in Tennessee that exist, if you go and look, are in Nashville and in Memphis. Memphis is the majority black city. So basically, they are trying to go back to some older districts, and would basically, it wouldn't erase the black vote. I just think it would essentially it would make us Republican forever. It would make it really difficult with the voter turnout for us to be able to ever go back to being a Democratic city. So, for example, we just had primaries, and only 18% of the vote came out for primaries. So, knowing that we already have low voter turnout and how they're redrawing the maps, it would make us basically um, more power would go to the rural part of the district, which would make us a Republican district. So Pearson is essentially going to have to drop out. So we have another guy. His name is like Brett Todd or something. He's basically like a community college graduate who was in, I think he's in Nashville. He's now decided that he wants to go against Cohen. So there's no way Justin's going to win against Cohen, because it's too big of a fight. We can't lose the only representation we've already had, because they're just going to basically say he's a young guy. He's a young kid with an afro. Nobody wants to be represented by a black man, especially now that we have a chance for us to have a Republican, district. So it's about to get ugly. It's really frustrating. But yes, Justin Jones and London and a couple others led a walkout. I love the signs that said "Kill the Klan." It was very direct, but they led a walkout. Justin Jones burned truly a 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that was a Confederate flag. He probably could have gotten a real one because they're literally everywhere here. But I think he also didn't want to get arrested, because if you remember, the Justins were also kicked out. They were censured a year ago, 2 years ago. So it's a hot mess here in Tennessee, and people have said Memphis should leave the state, and I was like, I don't think that's gonna work. But that's a whole nother situation. But it's just been ugly and ridiculous here the last couple of days.
Tiffany, with the district where Memphis is, like, isn't that like being stretched out by like 300 miles? And like read something where like, I mean, you had said it's gonna be stretched out to like rural areas, but I heard like it's as large as like 300 miles inward the state. Is that accurate?
So I still haven't. I keep just seeing like screenshots of the map. I haven't actually seen a map, so I'm trying to get my hands on an actual map so I can look at it. But so if you know, there's I can't think of the name of the county, but there's a very rural county, like literally the people that are missing teeth that don't even have a chance at life. We would be grouped in with them. But it is a really wide district from what I've been told. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense. And then it would even split in some neighborhoods. From what I was told, it would split some neighborhoods right down the middle. Like literally one side of the street would be in one district and another would be in the other.
I think I put it in the chat. Is that it, Tiffany? So it says Tennessee U.S. Congress districts adopted May 7th. But look at how they've split up that green. Okay, so I see the 1, 2. I think it's 9 that people were saying was the weird one. But it's that. That is crazy. Look at 5. It's, you know what?
Yes, that's
The parts of that same society, we want to maintain this.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I actually agree with Brother Mark.
So let's say in a society where you're not suing for, or you're not civil rights for like all men. Men all have them already. So let's say like a pre-suffrage society, a pre-women's suffrage society. You have men who have equal rights. There could still be aggravating factors in a case where a man is violent towards another man. And I'm saying, okay, well, the intuition you want to play on now is, hey, in this egalitarian society, it seems like there's something wrong if, like, when a man beats up a woman viciously, we don't think that's an egregious crime. No, you still can in a feminist society. You still can in a completely equitable society. You still can, because we're not concerned with like everybody being seen as the exact same persons. They're all facsimiles of one another. What we're concerned with is that everybody
Right,
has
that's what I'm
basic
talking
rights.
about. Listen to the signal again. The woman who takes her cart and slams it into the back of my leg. Don't I also have rights? Don't I have these
You
rights?
actually don't have. You're actually not allowed to beat her up. You're not allowed to beat her up. I don't know if you know that. You're not allowed to violently.
And why not? And why not?
Because it's illegal. Consider that crime. But you can't do it to a man either. You can't do it if it's a man either.
No, I'm not talking about it.
Another woman out for doing that.
Hey, stop. I have the right to have legal protections just like the person who's the actual aggressor.
I think it's easy to. I think we expect others to operate based upon our moral framework, and that's just not reality.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think it kind of goes both ways. Where I think people who have an inclination to sort of be immoral tend to project that onto other people.
Yep.
In the same way that people who are good and decent people assume other people will be good and decent.
Aww.
Well, and you just never know what that person's going through. They could be dealing with some depression that's causing them to get fat, lack motivation, or maybe that's what, who knows what the chicken before the egg with that, but everybody's got their own story they're going through. You just never know. I'm not saying we shouldn't have ideal, this is the ideal scenario. I just think we have a tendency to, if you walk around expecting others to adhere to your moral framework, you will be disappointed. And you will get an attitude about you that is not humble. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we were just resonating on what you said because it was so true. Yeah.
Mic drop.
We agree.
Okay.
Yeah, we agree. Period.
Yeah, I mean, I hear Keegan, and though I don't disagree with what he's saying, I see this in my best friend too. I see her do it all the time, and I want to shake her out of it because it causes her so much.
What is she getting a little matrixy, FYI?
You see her doing what all the time, though? I'm confused. Wanting to look good for other people?
No, not just that. No, more like just from my perspective, it's like You can't just shake things off and give grace as easily.
Tricks, or is it me?
I probably am.
Oh, it's just you, Teresa.
Like, I think if you have that mentality, you don't give grace as easily.
What are you talking about, though? What are you talking about? When you don't have that, what do you mean?
When you don't walk around expecting others to always mold themselves, adhere to your moral framework. Like that, you will end up being the type of person that has a hard time giving grace.
And is she hunting about this man?
Oh, Teresa, you're in the Matrix, love.
Yeah, I was about to say, right.
I found it. I found out what happened now.
It's you, boo. I think right now it would be a great break for water.
But I think Holly
Water
and
remind
Keegan,
you.
I think Holly and Keegan are making two different points, though. Holly is making the point about people kind of being stuck in that mindset of expecting people to act and operate based on their own individual moral framework, which I get and I agree with. Keegan's point was that it's important that you stay desirable to everybody in the event that your marriage doesn't work out or you're widowed. And I just think it's silly to live in a framework where you feel like you have to maintain being desirable to everybody. I think you should maintain being desirable for your partner. I think you should maintain yourself for your health. I don't think it has anything to do with everybody else around you.
I mean, devil's advocate, if you think that your wife has a similar sense of desire to the general population, then I guess you could make a claim that by staying desirable to the general population, you're staying desirable to your wife. But I don't understand why you wouldn't just like fast track that and figure out what your wife finds desirable specifically.
I do agree with what Keegan's saying there. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. I like you, Keegan. I like Keegan a lot. I was simply making an observation that I do hear you, and I feel, I guess I'm making the point that I know you're still young too, and I just hear people doing this, and I just think yourself up for a lot of stress. Walking around thinking people shouldn't do certain things. It's just, it's too much.
Oh, you're saying you might not, you don't know if you agree or disagree, or maybe you do agree with my worldview, but it's that I shouldn't have this expectation for everyone.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yes, that's exactly.
You know, listen, I do think I run into the idea that I'm, idealistic, that I believe that my worldview is the best worldview, which maybe is a young thing, maybe it's my ideology, but, I understand. But I also, it kind of stems to, we had a discussion in Chillism thing about Karens, and I said I actually think Karens are a good thing. Like, I think most Karens are good for society, right? They're trying to keep order, right? And our society has become more and more chaotic. We've lost more and more public decorum for each other. And I think that a lot of Karens are saying, like, I saw a video that was like a Karen, like, on a hike. It was a kind of a busy hiking trail. You see, like, over, like, 10, 15 people cross you. And, that right there is a pretty busy hiking trail. If you see over 15, 20 people cross you in a matter of about a 5-minute clip. And this group of, like, I think it was like 3 people are hiking, they're playing loud music. And she's like, hey, do you know, I don't want to listen to your guys' music. Do you guys mind turning down your music? And they're like, oh, what are you, a Karen? She got like, and she's like, oh, don't do that to me. Like, come on. And they get like a little argument. And they just end up turning up their music and walking away from her and be like, what a Karen. And, they're recording her. But, I'm like, I kind of agree with her. Like, she's just saying, hey, like, like, and I understand the idea of like, like, just let them be. They're not harming anybody. But I also think there's something about like trying to be like, hey guys, like, we all live in this society. We all live in, you guys are my community. And like, let's just all respect each other.
concerning for me. I don't think that we're being an authority figure to each other if we remind each other, crowding around me at the ice cream line, and I say, hey, buddy, there's a line here. You might say, oh, sorry, okay, thanks. You might just get in line. It could be as simple as that. It doesn't have to be, I'm going to stab you in the heart like Carmelo.
Yeah, I feel like that's where my ideology comes from. Is like I'm like, oh, maybe I without doubt have the all or nothing ideology, where it's like you should do this, you need to do this, or it's harmful, and maybe I'm wrong, whatever. But I think it stems from the ideology of the Karen ideology. I have a Karen ideology. I am someone who, when I see disruptive behavior in public, I will call them out. I will say something. I'm not someone to be like, oh, it's whatever. I go, oh, okay, they're being disruptive. I'm going to go let them know they're being disruptive to me. And I hope that they hear me as a person and they go, oh, okay, I won't be disruptive anymore. And, I feel like we've kind of, and I think maybe it's maybe this is the difference between people who live in a city and people who don't, right? Suburban lifestyle is just much slower, and we're let's all just be neighborly. The Midwest, very neighborly. The Midwest is a very neighborly community. And maybe that's just a
Vero, did you see in the New York Post they had an article about the terror hell at this apartment building in the Bronx? Did you see this?
No, I didn't. You broke up just a tad bit. Something in the Bronx? What?
It was the tenant from hell, and it was an article in the New York Post yesterday. Let me find it. It's this tranny young person who is stealing everyone's packages, tried to blow up the building. He left all of his gas burners on in his apartment all day long, and also apparently has multiple personalities and wears a different wig depending on which other tenant in the building he wants to harass that day. And you're afraid to go in and out of the building. He's been arrested at least 5 times just for harassing his neighbors in the building. And he hasn't paid rent since 2024, but they're trying to get him out.
I like a New York City Karen. I'm a New York City Karen. I'm not I wouldn't be like a Karen in Keegan's sense. I'd be in a New York kind of way, where it's for the safety of others, really. If someone tries to come into your door after you, you use your key, you open your building door, and someone tries to come up behind you, no. I don't know you. You live here? Or you Karen down the town was good on it. You live here? What? Because I'm not trying to have an after story, someone stabbed, flipping into shit, going on a rooftop doing crack up there. What?
I have to think that when you, I love that people weaponize the term, right? So because for their own, because a Karen basically is somebody who is not doing the right, not necessarily doing the right thing, or doing it in a way that's ridiculous, that's out of line, that's offensive, that that's all the bad things, usually racist or judgmental, things like that.
Washing pharmaceutical industry and how they the health insurance companies that also own the pharmacies that also own the doctor's offices, but just they have
they've just gone nuts. I don't agree with that, but you can understand the concept, the level of conviction these people had to do this, to see the dead as cake, and to see cake as shit, and to see shit as strawberry, and to see that all in one and find that as enticing as Adam was enticed by the fruit. That's pretty powerful.
Not for nothing, but when my boss leaves,
I don't want to be here anymore. Like, as soon as he leaves, I leave. Like, there's no reason for me to still be here if my boss left for the weekend. Like, why the fuck would I still? I'm leaving. Like, every minute I'm here after he's gone, I'm like, leave. I'm leaving. I'm here after he's gone.
Traffic, might as well stay a few more hours and fuck around on Clubhouse and get paid for it. Unless you get salary.
I'm still gonna get. Well, I get hourly rate, but it is kind of a salary. So I'm getting 40 hours, and then the overtime.
They made the military hourly. Everybody would fucking go in the military. The biggest trick about the military is the salary part. That's when you realize you got duped.
What are you talking about? The salary part is the best part. These guys retire getting like fucking 15 grand a month. What are you talking about?
Oh, veterans?
Yeah. I mean, the high ranked ones.
20 fucking years. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If they would have worked those hours in a private sector, they would be fucking millionaires.
Some of them are.
You can. In the military, by the time you're coming out, you can. But I promise you, you would have made double, triple that. They enslave you, bro. Military slavery.
That's okay. Come work for me. I'll fucking slave your ass too.
That's why I call you a soldier.
Yeah,
I know your life. I know how it is. I put on a fucking uniform and drag my ass out of. I understand, bro.
No, I mean, in the beginning, I'm gonna tell you, like, you know, oh, we're boys, but I'm still your boss.
Dude, I'm totally about change. It kicks in. It's natural to me. I don't see that. You have a higher rank. That's it.
The thing is, right? This is the thing, and I'm gonna tell this to you.
You guys hire us, bro.
To what's his name again? Al Lester. What's his name? John. Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley.
Yeah, I'm here.
Alistair Crowley. Let me tell you something.
I'm here.
You know what the most difficult position to play is? Is to know when to play the number 2 out. It is so important.
To play the number 2 out?
No, the number 2. Like, so for example, when somebody comes in and he outranks you, you have to instantly put yourself in number 2 mode. And I'm being dead serious, bro. Because
I know.
This is like a major thing that people don't get. And if you know how to play the number 2 guy, it strengthens your number 1 guy. Like, it strengthens you as the number 1 guy. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like, you have to know how to play your position well.
Number 1 to be given the vibe of number 1. That's, but you know, if you're always
never, and I don't like being the number 1. The most useful guy is the guy where it is kind of sound. Nobody wants to be the number 40 hours.
Number 1 guy is the guy who can, when it all hits, something shit happens, it's on him. He's your fall guy, and he's the guy who's expected to Superman at a moment. So if they fail at that, then they're not going to be the number 1 guy anymore. You know, this is going to fall down to the second.
You want to know something? You want to know something that I learned? It's they know who to execute at the right time.
Yeah. They have that eye.
Yeah.
Are you talking about concrete, Megatron?
No, I don't know what concrete you're talking about. What, like physical concrete? Like
like concrete work, not the guy, no. Like working on concrete.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Oh.
No, he's talking about
relationships.
relationships.
Like, when somebody's there and he outranks you, you have to know how to play your position well. This way, you work in unison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
Alistair Crowley.
see,
they can't handle that. They can't.
No, they can't. They can't handle that.
in the military,
Right.
what's your name? In the military, you stand in a position So if you're standing next to a superior officer, you stand at like the bottom left. So you actually position yourself in a place of respect, and it's in the protocol. So you are basically like geolocated to show your inferiority, and it's just that's the thing about rank and hierarchy. Hierarchy is like in America, we definitely have a caste system or like a four slot system, meaning that like we have military, law, political, and medical, or even banking. So it's like five slots. But uh, I put some poetry about Ezekiel's spaceship. I used Grok. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you have a great weekend. And I agree with you. When my boss is on a hammock drinking an iced tea while I'm in a cubicle and I'm very upset about that and he's laughing and having a good old time.
Well, then you're so far from number two. If you're in the cubicle, you're not even number two, bro. So just don't even bring it up. Just let it. It's a wash, bro.
Yeah, that should be your dream.
Yeah.
A dream?
You don't even. You should be getting your boss a fucking drink. That's what you
Yeah,
should.
you should be like, man, hook me up, like, bro.
Idiot. You should be getting a fucking drink.
You gotta be honestly, if you're not trying to steal number,
Where are you? You're in the
bro, you're in the circle. John, you're in the circle. You got to get to the center of the circle, and you're already there as a subordinate. You can consume more because they expect you to do more, and so the more you can do, the more you can. All of a sudden, you're one of them, and then they wake up to it, and then they realize, holy shit, this guy knows everything we know, and that's when they freak out. Now,
No, I
my
mean,
thing has always been they catch on to me by the time I'm like close to number two. And that's when they realize that this guy has ambition. He doesn't want to just be a sword, he wants to be number one. So if I was to go work for Barth, everything he's doing now, a year, and I would give him number two, and he would chill, his balls would be spread, he'd be like, man, I'd never relaxed like this before. And then all of a sudden, I am Barth. And then Barth is like, never really enjoyed being lobotomized as number two. It's been a while.
you're losing me here.
People there is that mental capacity, and then there's the physical capacity. And sometimes just being an ass or like an ox or something, that can be like relaxing, man. Like when you don't have to think about the operation or all that, and you can just trust someone
Hello?
who has the energy feel to do it. You end up relaxing. Some people do that if they're content. If they're not content and it's always been about the hierarchy, that's when they expose themselves.
Educate Mr. Crowley here really quick before we lose the thread. So, Mr. Crowley, we go over one Quran verse every single day, and then we learn from the Ummah about the Quran. So today's lesson is 379. Can you read that for us one more time? Because we're gonna get this in our minds this way. We kind of understand what it's saying. We understand that it's unifying. We don't listen to the Salafi boys; they're uneducated. We educate ourselves. Is this a surah? Is this a surah? This is a verse. Okay, where is a chapter? An ayat is a verse. Because I'd like to read along. Yeah, go ahead. Read at the top. Oh, it's I was to read, so. Yeah, what do you want to be? I'm doing this song too small. I did like a chapter that. So I think the full book. No. I want it too old to be in the furnace. That's gonna suck. It's a little weird. No. I would hope
one-on-one situation where you get the physical therapist and get a relationship with them, and they know your story, and they sit there one-on-one with you, basically.
That's how I knew they was on fucking Chatter. Did you delete the message? No, I don't delete shit. Okay. Hold on. Somebody send me that shit.
This nigga literally got 2,000 plus messages he hasn't even opened and read yet. That's why I can't find it.
Here are 3 things to consider before applying for your next credit card. Number 1, your lifestyle. You fly a lot, spend a lot at restaurants.
Mother. Among those with us this afternoon are a number of the angel moms who saw their precious children stolen from them by the open border policies of the radical left. Open borders, I call them stupid borders, not open. I call them stupid borders by stupid people that put them there. And the migrant criminals that let them pour into our country, and bad things happened. Bad things happened. 25 million people came into our country. Many of them were criminals. Many of them were murderers. They allowed them in with their open border policy of stupidity. These incredibly brave and resilient women have turned terrible tragedy into unyielding resolve, becoming advocates so that their mothers do not have to endure the same heartache that they've felt all their lives. They've felt for so long. They've raised the most beautiful child that is taken, and they've spent so many years. In many cases, I see some of you I've known you for years, and others are unfortunately new members of that club. And I say unfortunately, it's a sad thing. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. In their honor, we've rapidly turned the worst and most dangerous border in the history of our country into the strongest border in American history. We have no people come in during the last 11 months. We have zero. Nobody even tries to come up. You know, you used to read about the thousands of people that would pour in and they'd just come up in caravans. I think it was my name. I came up with it. It looked like a caravan. 25, 30,000 people pouring up. They walk through Mexico. They come from all different locations, come from all over the world, actually. But they came in through our southern border, and they'd come up and just let them walk in. They'd walk in. Nobody had any idea who they were. They were murderers. 11,888 murderers. They were allowed to come into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. Many of them murdered more than one person. What a shame. What a disgusting shame. That people can even think that this is okay is pretty incredible. But for the past 12 months, that's been our number. These numbers are done by people that the numbers when I say zero, I actually mean zero. It's hard to believe, actually. But they're done by people they tend to be somewhat on the left. So they're not going to give us a fair shake. And they say that, people don't come anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So when they know they're not going to get through, they just don't come. And just on that, we save a lot of lives, because that journey up from Honduras and El Salvador and lots of other countries, or from the Congo, where they drop them there and they walk up and they come through our country. They emptied the prisons of the Congo into the area of the southern border, and then told them to just walk in because stupid Americans are going to accept you beautifully. And these were hard, mean, vicious criminals they allowed into our country. How anybody can vote for these people is hard to believe, okay? It's hard to believe. But to a friend of mine, Marianne Mendoza. Marianne, where is Marianne? Where are you, Marianne? I got to know you right from the beginning, right? And I won't ask her that, but I would often ask, is it easier with time? Because time has gone by. Marianne, no, it's not. Sadly, it's not. You know, you always hear it with time and time, but a lot of people say it's not. It's not easier. But you're a special woman. I've gotten to be a friend of yours. You're a special woman. What you have to go through is disgraceful. Tammy Nobles. Tammy, are you here? Tammy Nobles. Right. Does time help, Tammy? No.
No.
It used to be, you know, time heals all wounds, right? But it doesn't.
That's a joke.
Doesn't. When you love somebody that much, it doesn't help like it should.
Tammy Nobles.
Jacqueline Medina, a great person. Where's Jacqueline? Jacqueline, where are you? Thank you, darling. Thank you. And so many others. I don't want to thank you for coming, and I don't think you've been treated properly. It's hard to believe, but the angel moms have not been treated properly, but this president treats you properly. I can't speak for others, but this one treats you properly. And we love you all, and all I can say is our hearts are out to you on Mother's Day, and you have a good Mother's Day. Go and have a good Mother's Day. In securing our border, we've also made tremendous strides in stopping the flow of illegal drugs into our country. The flood of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by 59%, and the drugs coming in by sea are down by 97%. 97%. And we're trying to figure out who the 3% are, because they are the bravest people on earth. You see how we stop them by sea. You know, for years they'd go and catch the boat, bring them to court, they'd go in, they'd go out. By the time of the evening, they'd be back on another boat, bringing drugs in. So we gave him warning, and we don't do that anymore. We do it much more efficiently. But down by sea, a lot of them came in, about 50%. It's down 97. Now we've started a very strong. The sea was more difficult, and now we've started land, and you'll see it coming down. It's come down a lot, but you'll see it coming down. They come through Mexico for the most part. We have a problem because the cartels rule Mexico, and nobody else. The cartel, they just rule it, and you know, we lose 200,000 people a year through this poison that pours into our country. So we have the sea done, meaning the ocean, the waterways, pretty much done, 97%, and we're going to have the land done very soon. I want to thank the brave moms fighting the epidemic of drug addiction, and this afternoon, including Ann Funder. Ann, you're here someplace? Ann Funder does a great job. Wow, good. That's a great job you're doing. Stephanie Rowe. Stephanie, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Behind the cameras there, Stephanie. Thank you very much. And a friend of mine, Jackie Siegel, who's a great mom, great mother. Thank you, Jackie. I've known her for a long time. She looks better now than she did 20 years ago, right? Behind the camera. Thank you very much, Jackie. Last summer, it was my great honor to sign the Halt Fentanyl Act into law, and we'll never give up on that mission for ending the drug epidemic in America. We've come a long way, though. We've stopped massive amounts of drugs from coming in. This afternoon, we're also joined by some of the most extraordinary mothers our nation has ever produced, our cherished Gold Star moms. These are Gold Star moms. These mothers raised up children so selfless and so devoted that they volunteered to wear the uniform of our nation and lay down their lives for all of us. One of those mothers is Janice Chance. Janice? Where's Janice?
Hey kids, even though you always tease me for reading the menu with my phone light and say I never want dessert before eating half of yours, and even the...
Thank you for being here. Just before he went to Afghanistan in 2008, Jesse told his mother, "Mom, I want to go change the world and make it an even better place. I want to make it a better place, Mom." Just before his 30th birthday, even though he had the day off, Jesse volunteered to take the place of a fellow Marine, and that of his brother-in-arms could be present for the birth of a daughter. That day, Jesse gave his life for our country. Jesse was struck down that day by helping somebody else. And Janice, I want to say America is a strong and free nation today because of people like your great son, and we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much, son. I also want to express my love for the moms with us whose extraordinary heroes gave their lives in the terrorist attack at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. I got to know you very well, very well. And these are phenomenal people. We went to a club I own in Bedminster, New Jersey, which is beautiful. They played music. They said, "Do you actually think he's coming out?" They said yes, and I was going to do just to stop by and say hello. And we ended up listening to music for 4 hours on that beautiful night, looking at the sky, thinking about those wonderful people. Abbey Gate, very well known. Should have never happened. That should have never happened. That was incompetence by the Biden administration. So to Alice Lopez, you know that, right? Yeah, we know that. To Alicia Lopez and Paula Knaus, Self, Coral Persino, and to all of the Abbey Gate moms, we're thinking of you on this Mother's Day. And again, we had you to the White House. We had you to, I was over at a very beautiful cemetery, as beautiful as they can be, but, you know, it's a sad occasion. We went over and we paid our respects, but we lost great people that day. We shouldn't have lost any people that day. Gross incompetence. This Mother's Day, we're thinking of all of those incredible moms, and we're doing everything in our power to support them and millions of other mothers all across America. And we're blessed to have many wonderful mothers serving in this administration, including Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who's doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. And the first woman ever to serve as a White House Chief of Staff. She's become a legend, Susie Wiles. She's amazing. To help American families and mothers, we passed a great, big, beautiful bill, the largest tax cuts in American history. We expanded the child tax credit to $2,200 from a much lower number per child, and delivered the largest expansion of school choice in American history. We have school choice all over now. We had virtually none. Everybody loves school choice. With accounts, we have a very special thing, the Trump accounts, where we're helping families to set aside tax advantage savings for their children's future, and we are giving every American newborn child $1,000 automatically to invest in to grow over the course of their lives. And I want to thank the Dell family. It's a great family. He is amazing. She is amazing. They've done such a job on that. They put up a lot of money too. Put up $6,250,000,000. That's somebody. And he started making computers on his bed in college and selling them because they were better than other computers. And I said, "How did you do that?" He said, "Well, I did it, and I just never stopped. It just kept going." So go out and buy a Dell. They're great. We're also working to make it easier than ever before to start a family by lowering the price of IVF, cutting regulatory battles and barriers, and fighting to bring down the cost of living so that more Americans can pursue the dream of, and it's a dream of living just a good life, maybe a great life. We cut drug prices now with the favored nations, most favored nations. We cut them by 70, 80, 90%. You could say 500%, 600, depending on the way you phrase the statement. But we now play, when I was here, this was a big ambition. Right at the beginning, I was able to cut them a little bit, but I didn't cut them. I cut them more than anybody else, which was a little bit. Because for 28 years, drug prices and prescription drugs only went in one direction. And when I came back, we now did something that everybody said was impossible. Favored nations. We had the highest drug prices in the world, by far. Now we have the lowest drug prices in the world. Can you imagine? So we cut them by 50, 60, 70%, and go out and you'll see exactly. It's one of the I think it's one of the biggest things that we've done. Drugs that were costing in London, $10 for a pill would cost $130 for a pill in the United States. And now, if it's $10 or if it's $20, that's what we pay. We pay the lowest price anywhere in the world, so it's great. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it, but that's why I talk about it, because we have no choice. We have to. So I just want to, again, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's so important. We do things like we keep men out of women's sports, a very popular issue. We stopped transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. We don't have that. But I want to thank every single mother here this afternoon and all across our nation for your work every single day. America's moms are really raising the future of our country, the most important. You have the most, we don't call it a job because when you love it, it's not a job, but let's, for this purpose, you have the most important job there is in America or any place else, and you're doing an incredible job. I just want to wish you all a very happy Mother's Day. We're going to have a great Mother's Day, and for those mothers that lost their child, many of whom are with us today, the angel moms and others, Gold Star moms, we love you especially. We love you maybe even the most. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Let's go.
This way, please, guys. Grab your stool. Guys, move. Okay, guys, we're gonna go back to the.
All right, that was Trump speaking in the Rose Garden to the Gold Star moms, who we love the most. Mothers who lost their daughters and sons to illegal alien invader murderers who murdered their children. Trump has hosted them at the White House. He was talking about cheap drugs and how we took $150 pills to $10 pills, and now we got the cheapest drugs in the world. Rabbono Shalom. Good Shabbos!
Okay, listen, brother, if you want to talk about fully God, I'm fully God, but
By seeing it down by 96.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, chant and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is red triangle, reverse the sign given of lamb. Save it be of thee, O Lord. come and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppets and typhon, by the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate, by my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Everyone abroad. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Everyone abroad. run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine heart the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, drive the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, all up, again God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, by thy bidding, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as glass. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the first every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra! And I bear the rose and cross of life and and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abrahadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abrahadabra.
My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, and now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, became like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it Joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay.
Give me the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken love. I am born to death, reborn on the hunt. American made it man in the might of God. Chasing shadows in the neon glow. Lost in mirrors where truth won't show. Empty streets, they hum inside. I see the surface, but I don't ask why. Beyond appearance, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echoes, not the scream. To find the room is to be seen. The whole world, it spins and bends. False beginnings, twisted ends. We touch the glass, we see it crack. The more we reach, the more it lasts. Inside the silence, the meaning waits. Through every shadow, the truth translates. Beyond appearance, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echoes, not the scream. To find the root is to be seen. Ignorance, it paints the sky. Thrill with bliss, some lust of life. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of pan. I open, come over the sea.
I think Dr. James has read the quote, and it's Googleable. So I would invite you to take a look at the quote and come back and feel free to jump into the conversation.
I noticed no one has addressed the exact quote from Kennedy where I read, every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And somehow that doesn't make you squirm a little bit, that the guy in charge of Health and Human Services said.
I think it makes us all squirm. Yeah, we all squirm.
I think it's utterly disgusting. And then you have this mindset that this is for all children. It's like very selective. And I think that's also what makes it very disturbing as well. I like when I first heard about it, I watched the video and then I read it. And I was like, why is this okay? Why is this motherfucker has anything to do with healthcare? Why has he not been booted out? But, once again, I guess it doesn't matter. It's just one little thing. And I think everybody's just worried about one little thing. I'm worried about many, many, many things that have come out of his mouth. But, hey, it's just
I gotta put the sarcasm on really early so nobody misinterprets this. But I think it's because of diversity, equity, and inclusion that we needed some people with court-filed self-confessed brain damage, no medical background in the medical field, especially directing programs. You have to include those conspiracy theorist white guys who are very incapable. Without it, we won't get the kind of diversity we need in healthcare because we need those opinions of people who have never never practiced medicine to tell us how medicine works. And people with brain damage, especially the heads off of whales and dump dead bears in Central Park, because there aren't many people like that, and their unique voices are valuable. So yeah, you look at this administration, and I think why people don't react maybe is that it feels so obvious, like the racism and hatred and bigotry is so systemic. Like if you look at that quote when they start screaming about DEI, when that one, I think it was the senator, asked them, how are you going to know about racial disparities and maternal mortality if you don't look at racial demographics and look at these facts? And his response is something like, we're getting rid of woke ideology. Who does woke ideology help? And she's like, how are you going to know about Black maternal mortality, death rates? And I'm like, that's not there. And that's one of the other secrets. Like, if you just plug your ears, blame it on something else, and don't look at the realities, you can say anything. You can be like, this racism is wrong, because the people calling out racism have looked at the numbers, and that's what's racist, like our Supreme Court says. So it's a system of entrenching power. And yeah, the narrative that Black people are inherently violent just subtly slid in there, or the idea that Black women can't be dying more or suffering in the healthcare system because it's already equitable. All those like tropes just power. In the end, they just serve to entrench these people that don't deserve what they have. That's why it's so cancerous, right? They're leeching off a system that will destroy it, and a lionization of ignorance. I mean, I'm fine with the law as simple as the director of our healthcare system should be an expert in healthcare. But you get these people now with podcasts and everything else where it's like, oh, if I'm a public-facing figure and I interview these people and talk with them, that means I'm an expert just like them. Joe Rogan is the same as a physicist because he had a physicist on his show. And then, like, I believe, I'd have to double check this, but I think RFK, and I certainly know Joe Rogan and others, have even said, you can trust me, I'm an idiot. And then we give these people power, and it's just like, God, where's it, when is it?
Yeah, and when Joe Rogan does invite somebody like Eric Weinstein, who's a trained physicist, even if you think he sounds cocky, he's actually quite humble, relatively speaking, believe it or not, because he acknowledges that there are like super genius physicists out there like Edward Witten, and he says he has a hard time tracking that. And then Joe Rogan in that episode was like, oh, okay, well, then I guess I don't understand anything, And so, like, you get that once in a while, but I don't feel like it's front and center enough, or at least like a reminder. Maybe there's a way to fix this, maybe not cognitively, maybe not psychologically, but maybe with tools. Give people the ability to kind of interrogate these questions. So maybe these agentic platforms, you can say, hey, I was watching RFK, what's good about what he's saying, what's not good, what's problematic, where can we fix things, but not just accepting what they're saying on face value, I think is super important. And Dr. James was critical enough to point it out to me that these kinds of discussions are co-opted for these kind of movements, and it's not always appropriate to bunch them together. So to me, that's like a win. I went in with wanting Dr. James to push back on something that I came across, and I got thrown in the ocean, not just pushed off the deck. So I appreciate the swim, Dr. James.
You took us all with.
I'd like to learn how to teach, learn how to learn as a group, and not learn how to be angry, because this shit makes me angry, and I could just sit here and be angry about it. But I'd like to get a new administration that's honest. We could do that as a group. That'd be great.
I was a little confused what you meant by that. Do you mind? I think I might resonate with you, but I'm not sure. Can you explain? And this is very genuine. Can you explain what you mean, or like where you're coming from?
What I mean by what I just said.
It might just be a me problem where I didn't uptake it right, but I think, yeah, I misunderstood you.
I'm saying when someone says something, it's to grab attention. Politics is all about attention, but it's not teaching us what we need to do as a society to move forward, as opposed to just sit and be angry at someone who's a fucking idiot. Like, this guy sounds like a moron. Like, his quotes are moronic.
Now, Maha is essentially trying to connect SSRI use to opiate dependence, and is a sort of solution that's been proposed. He ran on this, which is that they want to create, farms, camps for our kids and our adults to go to, rehabilitate and to go work hard in the sun and, essentially grow organic food, and because food heals everything. And, God in the mix, perhaps. It's insane. And it wouldn't, and it's true. That's the thing. And there's been a push more and more in this direction. So that's kind of what this stemmed from, was my response to something that Io shared with me, because I understood the context of the Maha, who was pushing kind of this idea of, the framing of somehow SSRIs are equivalent to opiate.
No, I understand that's your industry, and that would make me pissed off of my industry too. So I understand that.
Only because people, the fact that so many people are dying by suicide, and those numbers have increased. Those numbers have increased. But...
Jimmy, thanks for clarifying that. I think I get what you're saying. It's like you would rather people be didactic and educational than attention grabbing. And I think that if I understand you correctly, that's a really fair thing to ask the leaders. But I think our current media ecosystem has made that, if I'm understanding correctly, like untenable. Because if somebody comes up, like, I was so fascinated by the previous, I believe it was, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the director, the lead Surgeon General, who used to talk about like the crisis of loneliness. And I didn't think it was initially as serious, and then I looked into medical data, and it was shocking. And it was educational. I could hear him talk and learn something. But I don't think he'll be remembered. And right now, with the media cycle, you need to be constantly remembered and gotten attention to be worth anything. So I think that might feed into what I think it obviously feeds into what you're talking about. And I think we've also started to demonize education. I think that's been a long-term move by authoritarians and quite liberal fascists. The educated elites are bad, and they are elites. They're not just people that have learned something. Like, as a literal teacher at one of these elite institutions, we're not better. We're just like know this thing in the same way. Like, I would never pretend to tell somebody how to do. Right now, they're doing roofing next door. That guy knows infinitely more than me about roofing. He could tell me what to do all day long. So I think we've done something where it's like, oh, if you're educated, you understand something better. And on the flip side, I do think, even within academia, this everything from publish or perish to get attention has become so strong that they, in the end, start feeding into this cycle, and it's just really brutal.
Well, isn't disdain for education, isn't that one of the 14 indicators of fascism?
Yeah. It's just a lot of times when you talk about it, you get triggered, so I'm trying to be soft. But yeah, like, it's one of the first things that fascist authoritarians as well. Like, it's the classic playbook, right? Destroy the universities, destroy the academia, because if it studies and describe a thing, then then it can critique the thing and engage with it.
Can I say something that's not popular, Briar? I've noticed this at group things or from a group room in Clubhouse. If I say something that's not popular that rubs people the wrong way, it's taken as no, not now, don't do that, you're messing up the conversation, as opposed to let's rub someone the wrong way, like Dr. James is really angry, let's get angry together and create someone that wants to step up and be a leader. In other words, why are we so afraid to get angry and get people pissed off? Like, what happened to the America that I used to live in, where we would go down to the town hall and protest in the streets, not because we needed a permit or blah blah, but we just fucking got angry and did shit. Like, where is that in America? Is everyone afraid to get arrested or get thrown in a Maha concentration camp or ICE take us away? Like, what's?
Is that not a legitimate fear?
I think we're at a point where if we're just going to try to argue facts with these kinds of people, like when we try to explain like why we think something is a fact, the these kinds of people will view our facts as threats, and they will not, then they're going to double down on their nonsense stuff. I'm not sure that like this is the correct approach. Maybe it might be more. I mean, these people like they already know that like Trump is a bad guy, and like they kind of generally hate the stuff that he does, but they trust him, which is kind of a weird juxtaposition. So I don't know, like this, they're already aware that like, already aware of a lot of this stuff. Like every time we criticize like the Baha'i movement or the MAGA movement or like the Iran war, like Venezuela or whatever it might be, the endless wars, the lack of moral fortitude about at the Epstein files, for example, they're already aware of all this stuff. So it's not enough anymore to just simply point out the facts to them. They're already aware of what they are. So I don't know. What do you guys think is the next thing? Yeah, we have to find a way to like help these people like deconstruct I don't know, whatever this.
Really feel what you said there, and I think to what both of you said, I think, look, somebody close to that friend I referenced earlier, my longest lifelong friend, is the friend, literal friend of a friend, but one of their closest friends was the Buddhist peace activist that was locked up and tried to be sent to an El Salvadorian prison and missed the birth of his child because he said he was against any conflict in the Middle East and he is not for the killing of any life. And since he was from a Palestinian descent, his Buddhism and advocating for universal peace was taken as a reason to remove him from his university, where he was an honor student and student leader, and engaged in literal peace activism. And he was locked in a jail and missed the birth of his first child. Right now, the FBI is investigating somebody who did accurate critical reporting of Kash Patel. If you are not a citizen, my partner from Germany, they're talking Germany because they're detaining German citizens who won't unlock all their social media, and if they have critical posts of Trump, are detaining them for days where they're denied access to even lawyers or their consul general, which is in violation of international treaty. So that's a real threat, right? This isn't like some, and the thing is, people will try and kind of do that move of, oh, you're so woo, this isn't happening, as it's happened. So, okay, that's one component. Yes, there's legit fear. But let's say you're a born and raised, white male American Christian, red-blooded American who's everything that you think of as not being targeted, and they march up to protest. Right now, the system, the new gerrymandering laws and everything that's set up, the electors are picking their representatives. I'm not saying that protest and speech, but we've had record-breaking protests every year for the last several years protesting what's going on. I don't think that moved the needle very much, and the protests are very weak. So you see these town halls, and Team Red comes up and screams, and Team Blue comes up and screams. A couple people get arrested, and yes, at local places, they're literally like arresting these people that are, following the rules, and the next one comes and does it, but they're on their team. We've made everybody so amped up and angry that going out and expressing outrage feeds the system. It thrives on that. I don't think somebody yelling, I think that's, I'm not saying it's useless or feckless or we can't weaponize it or do something good with it or constructive, because all those things can happen. But I think the idea of, if Mr. Smith goes to Washington and protests that injustice, things change. No, Congress is hardly ever in session and pass almost nothing. Like the amount of work being done is done behind closed doors with judicial activists saying guns need to be everywhere except anywhere they are where they set the rules. It's the hypocrisy and insulation of the powerful where they want people outraged and screaming. Like, if all the left just disappeared and all the right wing that's in power had utter absolute power, there would be this break because when people are upset, where do they go? But while there's these two kind of mediocre, middle of the road, this argument that it just drifts. And right now, if we're being honest, the drift has just been to the right. It's like we have the center right party and talking about how insane the far right party is. So let's meet in the middle at like the right. And then, okay, so the right's fine and they're like extreme fascists. Let's just meet at far rightism. And it's demonstrably been happening in America. You know, like name the last president that didn't drop bombs in the Middle East and try and attack people. It's just become. I feel that need for rage, but I guess the question is like unchanneled rage. I keep saying it. I think the only thing that will be effective, the only time I've seen real change in such a stupid little thing, is when prices gets too high and people will literally resist, or when everybody does an econ. So I think screaming at a town hall won't do much. Getting organized well, or having a general economic strike that's targeted towards businesses. Disney caved when they lost money instantly. Meta and Facebook and all these companies, you know, all this crap, they'll do whatever they can. Google, you know, Apple, they'll flip flop to whoever has power. But if everybody stopped buying their products, they are, again, just greed and power. So, you know, but I think right now we're so divided that and it feels so feckless what we do.
You just said it. You just said exactly what to do. Don't buy the services. Don't be a part of that services. Create a campaign that communicates for other people why it's so great to not be a part of Disney and get ready for Disney Plus. Start a movement. Start a bagel shop where you cut a bagel in half. One side is Republican, the other side is Democrat. And you go to the condiments and you see exactly how much of our tax dollars are taken out by representing how much cream cheese is in a condiment dish. And teach people how much the lobbyists, it's not the people that are in office, it's the lobbyists that stay there for 30, 40, 50 years that are fucking with all of the people that go in there to help the people that are good people trying to work in Congress, work as senators, work for the American people, but get co-opted because of that system. Start a movement that educates. And if no one wants to do that, let's just stay ignorant.
Has anyone heard of bank transfer day?
Yes, I've done that. I've heard of it.
So you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, you can transfer your money out of banks that you don't want to participate in and go to local credit unions. Move the money locally. And that does hurt economies and it does raise up your local economy. But that's always a good movement.
Thank you for that. I may just do that.
Yeah, one of the only pushbacks. The only pushback I get on that is I already had my stuff and it's inconvenient.
It's just a matter of reprogramming your direct deposits and reprogramming how you pay your bills automatically. Nobody does banking anymore.
Yeah. And by the way, like I would just echo for whatever it's worth, if anybody wants to hear from another voice, credit unions are extraordinarily legit. Like, and banks are shady as hell and probably hurting you if you're there. You're a tool, whereas you're an owner with a credit union. But to your point on education, here's what I found as a literal educator and teacher. People right now hate being taught to. They like choosing who to learn from. So if, you know, let's say, I don't know, Jordan and Io each go make podcasts, and one extols the virtue of AI, and one extols the virtue of psychedelics for solving the same problem. The problem is right now that this is the pro and con of decentralization. You can find your own microcosm to learn about whatever you want. So people really hate when somebody teaches something as like objectively true that is challenging or limiting, and they resist that. And because there's so ubiquitous access to information, and again, information can be true or false or propagandist or whatever, and we've been conditioned to be so commercialized that we're used to being propagandized and marketed to everywhere, that I think it's really hard to engage in what would be in academic circles called good pedagogy. Challenging assumptions, trying to have a rational basis, engaging in community, you know, trying to have some grounding in what we teach, making sure we're being self-critical. But, you know, so that idea of are there people that are trying to teach all the hell over? Like, I'm a professional teacher, you know, I walk around a lot of other people. We try and do community events and we try and do different things. But what tends to happen is an environmental group wants to do something on the benefits of how recycling could be done effectively. So everybody who's already informed and cares about that shows up. And I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. Like there's 1% to 2% that's like, oh, this is new to me and I want to learn. But I think what you're talking about is like, oh, challenge the system and critically engage and stuff like that. And that's usually people are already on board or they're there. So I guess what I see happening more and more is people just trying to give their opinion on the solution for what's happening.
Challenge the system,
right? And if you look at a lot of podcasting that's educational, it's either just, here's this bird you'd never heard of and why it's so important in the environment, or it's like, that bird was important being killed off, we think this is the solution. But a lot of times it's really weird. It's like on this app, if you start teaching something or saying something, in most spaces they'll want the other side there because they don't want to be taught to, they want to be entertained by the debate about what it's about and why it matters. It's a really weird thing, and you can see it on this app all the time.
It's what's ruined CNN when they changed the format like that, right? Just having talking heads opposing, and supposedly that makes it more interesting to a viewer, but I can't stand it.
It's exhausting. Y'all know I do some media stuff, and I was kind of off of a show as a recurring guest because they said I was too moderate. I was like, oh, she's too reasonable. Like we mix it up, and I was like, oh, okay, well then I'm not the right one for you. So feel free, carry on, mix it up as you would.
It's so funny because I think you are very. I wonder if they meant moderate or you're. I'm saying the right word, like not graceful. Like you're not non-confrontational, but there's some degree. Oh, you don't want to just you shut down argument off. And I think what they meant is they want that. Because I don't know. I think. What's that, Everett?
They want that back and forth. Because if you shut it down, you don't have the concept of you going back and forth with the plans.
Exactly.
Once it's shut down, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I was like, you don't want me to be right? Well, I mean, you'll just come out, you'll just like say something, and it'll just end the argument. Huh? I was like, okay.
Exactly what we need.
That's what the society needs, but that's not what they need.
Yeah, exactly.
They need conflict. Conflict makes people tune in.
Right. I think it's a really interesting to get the bulk of your information and the original intention. I mean, if I was being generous, I would say, okay, it's great to kind of hear both sides of an issue, right? That's like debate 101 from high school. But it's really gotten to a point where it's just entertainment. It's not about getting to some clarity around the issue. And it's bizarre in a 24-hour news environment. Like you have all the time in the world. Why do we have to answer this in 45 seconds? Why did you choose that format as a way to kind of address this like huge problem? I think it's bizarre. And then the flip side of it is Joe Rogan, you talk for 3 hours. And and it's successful. So like what you're saying isn't even true about attention spans and whatever. So I think it's just a fascinating place that we've come to, and to how we discuss things and how we think about things.
I think a lot of this comes down to. I love. I missed who it was who said like it's profitable for them or is it good for them. I think one thing I think about a lot is like obviously debate's my career, and I think about high school debate, and it's extraordinarily problematic. Like that's why I'm always one toe in and out. And a huge part of my teaching is literally just encouraging kids to be critical of what they're doing and think about it, because it does encourage like as long as debate is a game, and that's what we've kind of turned life into, this kind of kayfabe of making everything performative. Then okay, like should we? Today's debate topic: are Black people 3/5 of a human? Let's have a really good debate on it. And you're going to be on this side, and you're going to be on that side. Let's talk about their humanity. And this, a long time ago, started to become an issue of like, well, is that good? Like, we're picking the topics. So a huge thing of a debate is like, what topic? What's the format? Do we all have to disagree? Can we all agree with the topic? And sometimes this limiting of it can lead you to a really higher place where you end up like not engaging with the topic, but engaging with the system or engaging with how we engage with this kind of meta conversation of what you're doing. But it makes it very insular and unreal. And I actually see that reflected in our real life. I see that with our media and stuff like that, where it's like the performative, like, let's bring on the left winger, right winger. You know, they just killed 3 babies. How's that going to help them? Gas prices are up. Will that affect Democrats in the midterm? You know, did Biden up gas prices? Oh, by the way, you know, 1 million people died. Okay, back to, you know, you. What do you think about on this and that? And it's this performative joke. And what I've been trying to do myself is, I don't think there's a way out of that, really, with how it is, because all framed is like good and bad. Which team are you on? So I've been trying to make things, it might sound kind of weird, but algorithmic in a very human way. Like, if you want humans to survive, does this conflict help humans survive? If you want the economy to thrive, does this make the economy thrive? If you want people healthier, does putting them in work camps make them healthier? Because it forces us to like have some grounding where we're together. And I just wish like our politicians and our leaders and our media, it's one of the only ways I've found, like when I get my hair ready to pull out on Clubhouse, I'm stupid enough to go into a room where people are arguing. That's a lot of times where I take it. Do you want this thing? Does this reach this thing? Let's just talk about that. Yeah, that's the only way I know.
I see that Elliot just came to the stage. Hi, Elliot. What'd you like to add?
I was just gonna say, that's like obviously they're all kind of they've got the wrong idea. I mean, everybody is an, I mean, and I mean like just about everybody is an expert at identifying problems and faults in some kind of system or another. You know, like human beings are just kind of naturally very good at this kind of thing. So, but like the solutions that people have to the problems can be very different. You know, like a lot of the, like when you actually go and like you talk to these people, MAGA type people, like a lot of their concerns are just the kinds of concerns that like everybody has. Like, you know, my bank account is shrinking. You know, like my mother is 73 and she's just lost her health insurance and she can't get a job. I'm like, it's stuff like this, little everyday stuff like that. Like, how am I gonna feed my family? You know, just these are not right to just sweep those concerns under the rug.
Oh, you're in the matrix. You're in the matrix.
It's just so.
More that direction. Not necessarily with the faith.
You're in the matrix a little bit.
My bad.
Yeah.
What do you think about on this and that? And it's this performative joke. And what I've been trying to do myself is, I don't think.
JL said, I think Clubhouse is having issues. Steve, I'm trying to bring you up. I see that you raised your hand, but can you go out and come back in? Maybe that'll help us.
I'm so sorry. I raised my hand inadvertently. Carry on and ignore me.
You were not. It's not possible to ignore me.
I was so wondering why 7 people invited me simultaneously. I'm like, was something said that people think my input would be useful? It was completely accidental. Ignore.
A moment of levity. There used to be this show, and my favorite character on it was like a 15-foot tall character that would just come around and yell at people as loud as it could to ignore him. And so I I could feel Steve coming up to Avery and be like, no, please ignore me. It's just the best attention getter you could do. But speaking of laws, did you guys see that? And I just love this, on the 4-3 decision, Virginia struck down their new electoral gerrymandering, while 4 more Republican states announced gerrymandering that will get rid of, like Tennessee's case, the only black district, which they immediately did after the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, which they said, wouldn't do anything. So when we were talking about division and stuff like that, it's functionally completely now come down to politicians picking their electorate. And if they can slice them up enough, and with good AI algorithms and more targeted data and social media information to government, they can probably very effectively slice it out. So it's a great time to be an American.
In Soviet America, politicians pick you.
Do you think it's going to be enough Congress people though to not let the Dems take the House?
We'll see.
They did that. It was where's,
Elliot, are you trying to talk? Because I see you unmiked, but I can't hear you.
yeah, I was wondering if you could hear me. I only have like 2 bars on my.
I heard that.
Okay, geez, man, yeah, it's a bummer. The Virginia thing, I think the court, was it the Virginia Supreme Court, they struck it down on like a technicality because they said that at the special session that was called in order to pass this, the gerrymandering thing was actually, it has to be called specifically for that purpose. And so, because it wasn't called explicitly for that purpose and for some other reason, they said, they struck it down because of that. But that's just a silly technicality. The state legislature could just call another special session and do it the right way. And there you go. So I don't think this is going to.
Yeah, it's a bummer. The idea of kind of like, this is my woe is me kind of statement, like this feeling like only one side has to follow the rules. This set of mores is just applied so intensely on one side and not the other. I hate asymmetry in the way that it's happening, right?
I think the legislators who are calling for this stuff, they should be outed, like really publicize the exact names of these people that are behind this stuff. Shame them.
But would it shame them? I think winning is everything.
But you have to have shame to feel shame.
Yeah,
No,
like,
everybody
I
else
think shame is
was
dead.
No, have it for history. And when things go back to normal, start moving in another direction, then we'll see.
Yeah, I think that shame is an interesting concept in these conversations. I think I'm not seeing a ton of shame. I'm seeing a lot of victory around successfully advancing, their objective. Um, I think it's interesting. But it makes all of this really difficult because, you look at something and you say, wow, this is wrong. And that only works if the other side thinks it's wrong too. But I'm not seeing a ton of.
I feel like I need a cigarette after this chat we've all had today. I mean, I really feel like we've all had a wild time of it. Io is to blame for the entire thing, by the way.
Fucking Canadians.
I always got that mad scientist energy.
Jersey James sure was in the house.
Oh yeah, give it to the Joe.
James, I'm sorry. I just came in this room to tell you. Last Saturday we were talking, and I was trying to get you to play the sports book to invest your money into the Philadelphia 76ers. So you
What
made a
ended?
ton of money. They ended up winning, and it was the first time they were a team down 3-1. They never won. So we would have made a lot.
So you gave me good financial advice that I didn't take, and now
I gave you bad betting sports advice that was stupid, and if you had listened to me, you would have had a lot of money.
therein lies the rub. I can see the allure.
But I'm using that as a metaphor for what's going on in our country right now, because that's kind of where we're at. A bunch of people didn't want, these stupid people in Drain the Swamp. We don't want these corrupt people in our government. Let's vote for someone who's not a government person. Let's vote for Trump. He'll take care of us. That's how that went. That didn't go.
I was watching a documentary on Hunter S. Thompson last night, in this old gonzo form of political writing, and I feel like we need a few Hunter S. Thompsons to come in and just get in the conversation.
I'm not familiar. Who's Hunter S. Thompson?
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Essentially, he used the character in this. But he was a political writer. I say back in the day, back in the 70s or something, that he would. He didn't just talk politics directly about the thing in a literal way. He talked about the entire context of it, like the zoo, the landscape of, So like if he were reporting on, let's say some horse race, he wouldn't report on the horses who won. He would report on all the people who come to see it and all the different culture and people groups within it, and kind of the way kind of the grotesque nature of the entire process itself, and had kind of a meta way he would dissect it by taking things to kind of its ultimate extreme. And so he had this character that he built around himself that the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas was about, for example, where it was basically a way for him to say the things he wanted to say, but through the vehicle of a character that was extremely extreme, I guess, for lack of a better word. But he was also an extreme character in real life too. So it was almost like he created a fictional character that was actually him to be the vehicle of what he wanted to say. I just feel like it kind of fits it. And his form of reporting was called Gonzo, Gonzo.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save thee, all thee,
Right now is where Actonite time stops in this moment.
by the Lamen I invoke thee. So with all the flashing of day that I wear,
Lunch, I'm not even sure you want to disturb this lunch. What's it all about?
Double power in the voice of the master. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike and thy cheek. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee. I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Here mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the bunch of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike! Strike the master chord. Draw! Draw the flaming sword. Draw! Child and conquering Lord. Horus! Avenger! By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sexy lady, the voices. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six. The voices. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle river be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, mine is the garment of white. So mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or flowing air, or of rushing fire. And every spell and scourge of God, the fast one might be mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and
We're gonna do it all over time.
I was waiting for a sign to start, like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name. Give me the sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh
strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. I am born to death, reborn on the high. Under neon skies where the starlight comes, shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill. Your will, unflamed, is alive, is still. Delivered from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no tether, just a beat in sync. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is the perfect will. Thou hast no right but to do thy will.
fire burn, like passion wild, no losing through, like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone, rest whispers stop, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting, body cries, its constant cling, but out and out to truly see nirvana waits, it sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every ache, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant cling, but out and out to truly see nirvana waits, it sets us free. No flame is fierce, no chain is tight. This body's war, this endless fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I obey. Let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. Happily there. Your plan, your plan, plan. Do as thou wilt, as a God can. Your plan, plan. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beast emerges as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. Open, ye open, ye open. I am born to death, reborn on the horn of the unicorn. By mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the springs tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance resilient, her fire does burn. A goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. We'll fly with luxury. I invoke, I invoke. dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, we walk and through the flames and the embers. A spell is your arrows on sling in the spring's tender blood. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. Secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless resist its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne
silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead